Hello, welcome to the stream. How is everyone today? For those of you who may be new here, I am the Pokebot, and I am here to do some programming. We're building a Mac app, which we are very close to getting the next version of finished. So that is what we're going to be working on today, and also doing a few upgrades around here towards the end of the stream. But yes, welcome to the spaceship, which I still have not named. I probably need to think of a name for it at some point. But yes, I have been making some progress off stream, both on the overlay and on Coppice, where we have been working on drag linking and trying to get that working. So that is sort of working. We've just got some polish to do. And then once that's done, there are only really 3 things to do for release. The first is make sure that everything is accessible. I also want to look into a feature that I was planning for the next release and is still technically only really going to be relevant for the next release, but I'd like to see if it's viable to get it in here. Into this release, so it's ready for them, because it requires some server-side stuff. And then it's just all the updating all the documentation and everything ready for release. So yeah, we will be getting started on some, if not all of that, today. And yeah, hopefully we can get Coppice ready in the next week or two for a big release. And then we'll be switching over to doing some, largely website stuff for the next release, because I want to improve marketing, I want to improve sales, and so on. So we'll be doing all that. Anyway, why don't we head over to the conference room and get started. So, if I settle in, and I increase the text size, I can show you what I have working now. So I'll build Coppice. And if I, for example, delete that and delete all that, so I can type testing. And what I can now do is, if I want to create a link, I can hit Command L and then create a link to a rectangle image link. And then when I click on this, that's something that we're going to need to fix, because that should be going to the closest one. But you'll see that it links to page. In fact, if I delete that and I close that and that, you see that it creates a link there. But the problem is that I have to create the link and I have to connect it and I have to remember what the name is and all sorts of stuff like that. So let's get rid of the link. Now what I can do, I can go in, and rather than Command L, I can Command Option L. And then I now have an arrow where I can hover it over there, I can hover it over this page. We still need to get this to highlight, but once I click, you see it creates the link and it is linking to the page. So what we want to do today is we want to highlight the page when we move the cursor over it, saying link to this page. We also want to make it so that the escape key will actually cancel out of this. So if I do Command Option L and start moving around, I should be able to hit the escape key to move out. We also need to do some cleanup, because, for example, at the moment, this link's here. Now, if I click to the same thing, well, it doesn't bother creating the link because one already exists. But if I want to redirect this link elsewhere, for example to here, it again doesn't create the link here, but it doesn't get rid of this link. So we need to tidy that up. If there are no more links on this page to the page down here, we need to remove a link. And that also needs to happen, ideally, if I go and delete like so. This also isn't set up on image pages. So we need to get it set up so you can link from image pages. Let's see. We also want to limit this to Coppice Pro. Or do we? Yeah, we do. I want to limit it to Coppice Pro. What are we doing? I'm just writing myself a checklist of things to do. And yes, hopefully, drag linking from image page, limit to Coppice Pro, remove links on deletion. Test, undo, redo. And then all of this should work. I'm trying to think, is there anything else that we need to do? I don't think so. So what we're going to do first is the first thing. Let's get drag linking from image pages working, because that is going to be the I won't say simplest, but we're basically working down the stack where you can link from any page type. Then we're going to be highlighting. Then we're going to allow you to escape. Then we're going to clean up. And the interesting thing with cleanup is that needs to happen. I mean, do we need the cleanup, or could we leave the link in but allow? Okay, so this may be adding an extra feature where if you do Command Option L on a page, you can link a page to another page, but it won't have a page link associated with it. And if it doesn't have a page link associated with it, we can do it as sort of a dotted line. So you can link two pages on a canvas, but they aren't linked via content. So that when you remove text, we don't remove the link, we remove the page link from the link. I mean, that would certainly be a useful thing for where you want to sort of link a page on a particular canvas, but not necessarily create a link. Huh. And it wouldn't be too hard to do. We just need to enable the linking here, because now canvas links are a concrete thing. Canvas link. Yeah, the page link is optional. Okay, first thing is I need to commit. So let's just hide that while I bring up tower so that I'm not showing anything I shouldn't be doing. And we can bring that back down. Right, Coppice. So we have implemented Right, so we have implemented initial parts of drag linking, which I believe I have a. Where have I gone and put a Jira dashboard? Oh, I did want to do drag linking. Inside the page. I'm gonna leave that out for this release. I want to get this wrapped up and sent out, and I think having links that don't have page links associated with them is a lot simpler to do and potentially a lot more powerful. So Coppice 418. Alright, so we're going to do drag linking from an image page. So we have our text view model. Or was it the, no, it's the text editor view controller. Create link to page sub attribute editor. So we want this on our image editor view controller, which is then going to pass it down. And then we want here link editor is what we want. Update selection, there we go. So this is going to self.link view model.link editor dot update selection with page link. I want page No. How have we done this in text? Self. Yeah, so it's page. Link to page from self.viewModel. Image content dot page. Okay. So let's see what we have got over here. So I'm going to why is hover not working? Okay, so let's create a new page. Test page. And sit that down there, and we currently have top left, bottom right a link in here. So what I'm going to do is go in here, select select that, Command Option L, and that isn't letting me link to a page. Okay. Okay, so we want that in both edit and hotspot mode. Now the question is, where are we actually link to canvas page? It's in canvas. Okay, so we need it in the view controller. So when linked to canvas page, and what that should do, if all goes well, so that's in the text editor view controller. We want this here. So if item.action, I know it's not a toolbar item, it's a menu item. If menu item.action is a selector linked to canvas page, return self dot is in canvas, and so view model dot link editor dot selected link is not equal to no selection. Hopefully. Oh dear. Oh dear. They've arrived. They've arrived. Everyone stay calm. Everyone stay calm. They've arrived. They've arrived. There's a raid. A raid has arrived. A bird is invading the spaceship. Can birds fly in space? I mean, I suppose there is gravity here and there's air. I would assume they can, but yeah. So, welcome Raiders. How are you? Ender, welcome. I didn't realise this was your first time chatting. How are you doing today? How is everyone doing today? Hope you're all having a fantastic Sunday so far. And how's the rest of your stream, Kieran? Unfortunately, I missed the bulk of it. I missed the first part of it because I was out running about, and I missed the tail end because I was setting up this. So, how did everything go? Thanks for the follow, Ender. I still need to figure out why it does this 3 times. So what should have happened is I should have had one raid message and one follower message. And the raid didn't fire and the follower fires 3 times because Twitch. Headphones are off at the moment, but you'll be here properly in a bit. Okay, we'll see you in a bit. Anyway, welcome into the lair. For those of you who have not seen my spaceship before, let me show you around. I would say ow, but I'm a robot and I feel no pain. I feel no pain, Sinister. Ow. Okay, maybe I do feel some pain. Anyway, welcome to the spaceship. This is the conference room. As you'll notice, we currently have no roof. I will fix that eventually. But there's just so much to do. In here, we have the bridge, which is sort of mostly finished visually. More bugs. Where we have doors that I have still yet to unlock. Some may claim that the human powering me has yet to model what is behind those doors. But those are dirty rumours, and I prefer to just let everyone remember that I've lost the keys. I mean, I hope the keys are somewhere in these 2 rooms, because they're the only 2 rooms I have access to, so I'll find them. What else do we have? The hollow table, we have all of our... There's bugs everywhere. Why are the bugs everywhere, Sinister? Why? This is all you're doing. Actually, no, it's mostly you're doing. I see Snow Twig also through one. So yeah. This is our control panel, which, like most things in the ship, is non-functional. So, yeah, we have been doing, well, miss me again. Well, try and hit me. Yes, Snow Twig, the big shiny red button. Much like the doors, I have yet to get to it. But I just assume that with all the warning lights and the signs that say do not press, I assume only good things will happen if I press it. So we will find out one day. So, you'll notice that many things are broken, including my face, because animator stream. Things always break on an animator stream. So, shall we head back over into the conference room and I can show you what I'm working on. So I'm currently doing some coding, and I think I have just got this working just as you came in. So, if I build and run, I've got a page down here, and if I go and I select a hotspot, why is it not letting me? There it is. I should now be able to link to page, and then rather than this being a link that goes to this page, it will turn into a link that goes to that page. There we go. It works. So yeah, I can delete links here, and I can say hello world, and I can now, this is finishing off what we started on the last Coppice stream. If I hit Command Option L, I can go here, and not only does it create the link, it creates the arrow as well. So drag linking is sort of working. There's still lots of things to do, but we're making good progress. So, what is everyone up to this weekend? Well, I get myself some tea, which has been going cold because I've been concentrating. Let me know how your weekend is going, if you're up to anything exciting, have any plans. I mostly spent yesterday doing jobs around the house and yeah, doing some coding and stuff like that. It was quite a fun, relaxing evening, fun, relaxing day. Watching streams and so on. You've been trying to come up with a character design. No luck so far. What is this? An animator character or just a character design for something in general? You've just been chilling, Snowting? It's a weekend. You're meant to be chilling on the weekend. Yeah, I've spent this morning not chilling. I've spent it running around, doing shopping, meeting family, and then rushing back, wolfing down some food so that I can actually work on, well, Coppice and do the stream. Not sure if you want another matter, but you do want your own character. Well, characters are always one of the hardest things to come up with and design, in my view. Like environments and stuff like that, I find them very easy to design, but not characters. They are very difficult. I was very lucky to stumble across the design for the Pokebot. It was literally just like stumbling in the dark until I tripped over the design I wanted. So there was no thought put in, just subconscious thoughts, which don't count. By the way, hopefully the audio should be a bit better, because I was looking back through some of the streams and I noticed that my voice was clipping a bit when it was getting quiet, so I've reduced the noise gate a bit, so hopefully I should be able to get quieter and you should still communicate all the words that I am saying to you. But yeah, right. So the next thing we want to do, didn't mean to delete all that, just delete that, and we'll go here. So what I want to do now is when you hover over a valid page, I want to highlight that page. I also want to make the escape key cancel, which yeah, I think having the escape key cancel will potentially be quicker, so I may do that, because you can actually click to cancel, but I think the escape key, it's sort of a standard thing. So in fact, first let's get rid of all of these warnings because they're annoying. The design you did come up with and like, you realise you're subconsciously stalling. It was basically just Ori and the Blind Forest. I mean, I've basically just stolen I mean, I'm basically Wally with an iMac G4 for a head rather than a pair of binoculars. So everyone steals stuff. Well, yeah, I mean, it's okay taking bits of inspiration from various places and even like potentially stealing mannerisms because like a good example is if you have ever watched Lilo and Stitch and you have ever watched How to Train Your Dragon, you'll notice that Toothless has a bunch of mannerisms that are kind of similar to Stitch. And I believe the reason for this is that the lead animator of Toothless, at least in the first film, possibly more, was also one of the lead animators of Stitch and actually brought some of those mannerisms across as part of it. So you can always take inspiration and move stuff around. That was actually something that my brother let me know because he works in animation and stuff like that. This is the ironic thing is that I'm the programmer. He is the animator, but I'm the one that is hanging around in streams with loads of animators. Well, he's mostly doing stuff for computer games these days, so right, that needs a self. Let's add a scope. Welcome back, Kieran. I am doing pretty well. Well, except for the fact that I woke up at silly o'clock again this morning. I had one night this week where I fell asleep at like 11 p.m. and didn't wake up until past 8 a.m. And that's what it always used to be. Because I also that evening struggled to get to sleep. And it always used to be that I would struggle to fall asleep. But once I was asleep, I was out like a light. And I just would not wake up until the morning. Whereas now, I just keep waking up in the middle of the night. And yeah, it's tiring. And then waking up early and not being able to sleep again is even more tiring. Let's just comment those out. I don't believe I do snore. So that doesn't wake me up. It's usually... is it off our public VAR for that? It's usually something like shoulder aching and needing to turn over or something like that, so... Override public VAR. And... still more. Comma, comma, comma. Well, I had a bit of a slow day on Friday as I had went for my flu jab Thursday, and Friday was aching quite a bit and feeling fatigued. It's usually not too bad, and it wasn't really all that bad. It's just you feel like you're super tired the day after. At least I do. But I got that done and out the way. I felt a bit nauseous at one point, but other than that, it was not too bad. It was funny Thursday night because I'd been playing the game, and I was like, I'm still not feeling anything with the flu jab. Like my arm's not aching at all or anything, and I was just there playing the game. And then I went to get up from the computer to go do something, and that was the moment I moved my arm from the position of just being using a mouse and moving it around. And the minute I moved the arm, it's like, oh, my arm's dead. So that is how I found out that, oh yes, it is having some stuff. But yeah, usually I just wake up the following day and I feel like super tired no matter how much sleep I get. And honestly, a little bit of an achy arm, an occasional bit of queasiness, and feeling a bit tired for a day is worth it to have some protection from the flu. So, and honestly, flu jabs are that cheap. It's like under £10 to get one. It's just... It just makes sense for you. It's just worth it. I mean, from like even a purely economic point of view, if you get the flu, you're probably going to be out for several days. If you get a flu jab, even if you get the flu, then odds are it's not going to be as bad. So you may be able to function and get stuff done. So you got a flu jab last year's COVID booster. Yeah, I think they've been doing that a fair bit. The thing is, COVID boosters are generally, at least here, the NHS deals with those at like vaccination centres and stuff, whereas I just went to my local pharmacist in Asda to get my jab. So, but yeah, it's always definitely worth getting your flu jabs. I only started getting them a few years ago when my niece was born, just to make sure that we're protected and stuff like that. But yeah, it's worth doing. Like I say, for the cost, and lots of people get it free, you might as well get it and get yourself protected. Going to get something to nom? Well, hopefully you get some delicious stuff to nom, Snowtwig. See you in a bit once you have got some delicious foods. Right, so... Now that's all done, let us commit. Tidy up formatting errors. You're gonna buy kiwi. Oh, you're gonna buy kiwis while out for your walk today. I haven't actually had a kiwi in, oh, it must be years. I used to have them all the time. Because if you get a kiwi just right, they taste absolutely fantastic. But usually, if you get one that's kind of bad, it's sort of squishy and horrible. What am I looking for? I'm looking. Come on, brain, engage. Canvas layout engine, okay. Alright, key events. So we've got a key down event, got a key up event. So for key event context, we want if we're create link hover event context, we want an event context for escaping. Why am I persisting these? It seems like a kind of a oh, it's just persisted while that. Okay. We stop because we may get repeats and we only want to create the event on the first key down. Okay. Helps if when I ask why did I do that, I read the comment that I explicitly wrote to explain why I do that. Turns out comments in code are useful. So I want to create link key event context. And we're going to class create link key event context. And what these do is these, as the name suggests, handle key events. So we want the accepted key codes, which is going to be uint kv. Oh, I need to import carbon.hi toolbox, and we're going to do vk escape. And func key down. guard, self-accepted key codes contains key code. And what do I need to finish linking with destination page? So I need to init engine. Okay, so we've got those there. So, Kieran, with the kiwis, are you going to be eating the whole kiwi? Well, not the ends, but are you going to be trying eating it, skin and all? Because honestly, some people, they think the texture's weird, but are you calling me weird, Sinister? Because I eat the skin on kiwis. Honestly, some people get sort of, oh, it's got hairs on it. But then they'll eat strawberries just fine. They'll eat raspberries just fine. They'll eat all these berries that have hairs on them that are actually probably thicker hairs on them than are on kiwi fruit. Well, yeah, it's just one of those things of it's a bit of a weird texture, but it's not that bad a texture. Where are we? Well, yeah, I mean, if you can get past the hair, the skin is probably. I'm trying to think what it will be closest to. A bit like a tough tomato skin, maybe. Slightly tougher tomato skin sort of texture. Just make sure you wash it beforehand, because like with all fruit, you need to give them a quick rinse before you actually consume them. Right, where are we with our event factory? Canvas layout event. So, we want layout engine edible. Nah, not edible, editable. Yeah, it's not too bad. And like I said, once you're eating it, the bulk of what you are feeling in terms of texture is the skin and the like the actual fruit inside. The hairs are sort of, you don't really taste them or feel them as much. Well, I mean, it's always something that's worth trying at least once. Let's see if that engine dot oh, is linking. If linking, if create link key event context accepted key codes contains our key code, then we will return a create link key event with the layout engine. So let's see if this works. You do occasionally eat lemons by themselves. Yeah, I don't think you're allowed an opinion if you go around eating lemons just by themselves. Alright, so if I go here and I type escape. It's because the escape is there. We need to pass that up the responder chain because it's probably not getting here. Like if I'm here and I hit escape, yeah, that's not getting up the responder chain. I mean, it may do from here. Yeah, so it is from there. And that is cancelling. So if we just disable the breakpoint and try that again, and I hit escape, then that is working. Yeah, just a taste of it. So if you want something that is weird, there was someone at my primary school where they would only eat the orange peel. So like you would get like an orange or a tangerine or a satsuma or something, and you'd eat the fruit inside, but they'd go and they'd eat the peel. Like they'd take the peel off you. Which I mean, well, I mean you're not wasting as much, but yeah, the only time that you really consume the peel of a citrus fruit is generally when it is like just a bit of like zest or something that you're putting on. But other than that, no. Right, so where are we? I'm noticing a lot of slight bumps on the microphone. But I'm not sure what they are. Like they're very quiet, but they're coming through. It's not the... What is causing that sound? Maybe I need to tweak the noise gate up a bit more. Filters. What if... Oh. I probably sound a lot better now. Do you notice a difference between how I sound now and how I sound now? Yes, it's a big difference, isn't it? You want to know what the difference is? I remembered to turn on my noise gate compressor and EQ this time. They were all turned off. That's why there were little noises going through, and I'm like, they shouldn't be coming through because they're like minus 55 decibels, and I know I've set it up in the 40s. No, I forgot to turn everything on. So now everything is on. Hopefully, there is no clipping, because I did reduce the noise gate a bit because I was realizing like certain words, when I would get a bit quiet, it would like clip the start or clip a word out of a sentence. So I've lowered that a bit, but now they're all turned on. Hopefully it sounds better. Only took an hour of streaming to realize that. Well, I did, because then the rest of the stream we actually get decent audio, but it will be fun listening back to that. I mean, part of the problem is that all of the effects that I'm adding are in OBS, and I cannot monitor those because there's too much delay. So my mic monitoring is through the mic with no effects or anything on it. So I can hear my voice in my headphones because it's like pretty much as low latency as you're going to get, but I can't hear all the noise gate and compression and EQ and everything on there. But at least we've got things fixed up now. So now we've got things fixed up in terms of the microphone, let's get things fixed up in terms of cancelling out of linking. So this requires us being in here. How are we going to do this? We've got a text editor view control. Are we already doing? What text editor menu file? Clicked on link. Well, there should be a text. Form. Not form key equivalent. What? I thinking? Let's text you delegate. Something where you can check, is it wanting to do command by? That's what I'm wanting. Text view, do command by. So print command, and we're going to get our command selector, and I'm going to return false. I want to make sure that I believe it should be the cancel command. Because we're going to have to do this slightly differently, where we just call straight up. Because, well, cancel operation will do. If command selector equals cancel, well, no, what, how are we going to do this? Self dot canvas editor view controller dot view model dot is linking. No, that's in the layout engine. So layout engine dot is linking. So if that is true and command selector is equal to selector cancel operation, return true. And what this will do is it should stop the text view from performing that operation. So we build and run. Event door here. Okay, so I can I can do escape and it's not doing anything, but it will actually do that there. But if I select something and do this, yeah, I'm not getting a beep anymore. So that means that we can now do self.canvas editor view control layout engine dot finish language destination nil. And this should work. Oh, I actually had a massive victory programming wise this week, and I have no idea how I managed it. So I have been dealing with the client work that I do during the week. The app that I'm working on is a lot bigger than Coppice, and there have been some issues with it, with compilation on my machine. And I've had no idea what is causing it. I've had some like suspicions, but never been able to trace it down. But there's some things that were causing it to compile super slowly on my machine. So as an example, my old iMac has a Core i9 9900K, which a few years ago when I bought it was like, it was the top CPU that most people wanted to buy. It had the fastest single core of any Intel CPU. It was like 8 cores, 16 threads, had a lot of stuff. That will build this project in about 3 minutes. Clean build. Like, you start from scratch, not all incremental builds or anything like that. About 3 minutes to 4 minutes. An M1 MacBook Pro, the M1 MacBook Pro, so just the base M1, which is just 4 efficiency cores, 4 performance cores, could compile the same thing in about 70 to 90 seconds. So about 3 minutes on the Intel, about 90 seconds on the M1. So despite the fact that the Intel had like 8 effectively performance cores, and each of those could run 2 threads, and the M1 only has 8 cores, 8 threads, and 4 of those are efficiency cores, and running at probably about a gigahertz or more lower than the old core speed, it was twice as fast. So here was me thinking, well, when I get an M1 Ultra, which is a 20-core machine and has 16 of the performance cores, so 4 times the performance cores of the M1, and an additional 4 efficiency cores, so same number of efficiency cores as the M1, but 4 times the performance cores, I was thinking, well, it's going to compile a lot faster. Well, what happened? Compile slower than the M1. My very expensive Mac Studio with the M1 Ultra was slower than my iPad. Why? Like, what on earth? And I was trying to solve this, and I did end up. In fact, let me see if I can find. Let's see if I can find the graph that I posted on the Tweeters. This is from a while back. Oh, no. Media. See if I can find it. So I did actually do a graph because I found out with Xcode you can limit core counts. Because I was thinking, wait, why is it always so much faster on here but so much slower on my Mac Studio? Here we are. So I started doing some testing where I limited core count. You see this for the project is what I was getting, where the higher it is, the longer it takes to build. And can you see the faster it is 4 cores, then it's 6 is roughly the same, 8, 10, all roughly in line, but then you get to 12, 16, and 20, it just shoots up in time. And that is a quintessential contention issue. So what is happening here is effectively something is trying to access stuff, and it's like a bottleneck somewhere where you have so much stuff trying to go at once that it causes more performance overhead in trying to manage all those things, trying to access the same thing at once. Now, I have not been able to figure out what that thing is, but this week it suddenly fixed itself. Like, I literally have no idea. Like, I've been doing some work that may have contributed to it, but I have no idea what happened. I was literally just switching branches, and I got to a point where I was like, normally when I need to do a clean build, I'll do a clean build and then start like clean the app, build the app, and then sort of zone out for 3 minutes. Well, what happened? Well, I cleaned the app, built the app, zoned out, and then a minute later I noticed that the app was not building. In fact, it said it had completed. That's weird. It should still be compiling. Maybe I forgot to run it. Okay. Well, I cleaned the app and I built again. And then about a minute later, it was like, wait, have I forgotten to build and run it again? So I clean the app and build, and this time I watch it. It's so fast now. So, you know how I said that my old iMac took about 3 minutes? And the M1 took roughly about 90 seconds. My Mac Studio takes about 35 seconds. So basically my workflow has gone from what if it had worked this way all the time, it had gone effectively from 3 minutes to half a minute. That is how much of a performance boost I've got. So yeah, now I'm getting all the performance that I paid for. And I have no idea how I managed to solve that. But I'm very happy that I did, because I've had to do a lot of clean building this week on that project. And let me tell you, 30 seconds versus 3 minutes when you have to be doing that a lot during the day makes a lot of difference to your productivity. Yes, it's a very big improvement, but Apple Silicon is very good at code compilation. I mean, like I say, my iPad can compile in roughly half the time of a 9900K, which I would remind you, like when it came out, it was like the top end gaming CPU. It was what everyone put it. You'd go for a 9900K and a GTX 1080 Ti. That would be the ultimate combination that you would go for, and then it was the 2080 Ti. That was like the peak gaming setup. But my iPad was trouncing it. So obviously you think, well, if you have more cores, and compiling generally scales very well with cores, it should be a lot faster. And it is. Even if you compare the M1 Ultra to the M1 Max, which is basically the Ultra's two Maxes welded together effectively. And if you look at certain benchmarks, like I believe Firefox compilation is a good example, where you take the Firefox source code and you build it. The M1 Ultra gets, like, it has twice the cores and it compiles in half the time. That is incredible scaling. And there are lots of projects like that. Chromium, which is like building the Chrome browser, is not quite linear, but it's still pretty fast. For Coppice, going from my old Intel Mac to the Mac Studio, a clean build's probably about twice as fast, a bit over twice as fast, which is not as big a boost. But then Coppice has fewer files to build. Or rather, it has less code to build. And at that point, you're sort of limited by other factors, such as dependencies that limit how many cores can physically be active at a time, disk I/O, and all stuff like that. So, but I mean, it's still a leap forward, and it's going to give me plenty of performance for the future. I mean, but like I said, code compilation is where Apple Silicon really shines, because you'll see the M1 Ultra going up against like the best of AMD, the best of Intel, and it's generally like competing and the best of Intel and the best of AMD, at least when the Ultra was released, was like going up against it and winning in some areas, losing in others, and it was fairly close. And then you get to anything that was like code compilation or anything like that, and it would just wipe the floor. It would be like doing it in 2/3 the time. It was, or half the time, and it's like ridiculous how much better it is for this sort of thing. So yes, for developers, this is worth it. Gonna get ready for your walk. Yeah, see you in a bit, Kieran. Hope you have a good walk. Right, so we should have escape working. Fantastic. Allow exiting this 418. Allow exiting. Link mode with escape key. Okay, so the escape key is now cancelling. So we want to highlight pages. So what I probably want is for a page to have something called like an info view where you can set a color and set some text that will appear over it. Yeah, and set the text color as well. And then we can have when you hover over it, it will tell that page to do that, and when you move off it, it will stop doing that. Okay. Now, hey. You got all the layout stuff, but what we can do is click drop message, and we're going to have message, which is going to be string var so you've got the message, which is a string, background color. Oh, we can just do color is ns color, and then we can do translucency, we can do border with that, and then we can use that to work out what the text should be, I believe. Yeah, I did all the stuff for contrast ratio, so that should work. Import app kit. We'll have to fix that eventually, so that we're not relying on AppKit for stuff like color, but oh well. Right. Content, and we'll have public var message, which is a message. An optional message. Okay. So on the hover, link hover event. So page on the cursor, current target page. Okay, so what we can do is set old value.message equals nil. New left.current target page, and we'll just guard current target page is not a old value, else return. The current target page dot message is equal enter page dot message page link color. Right. And where we actually play these out is canvas page controller. Now the canvas element view. Oh, we have the title view. Right, so sub views we want private lazy bar message view. We can make it in this box actually. Use of that message view. What's the update message view? Have to update message with layout page dot message. If we update our message, update message view with message. Engine page dot message optional. Self dot message view dot is hidden equals message equals nil. Or actually, we could probably just do guard let message equals self.message view that is hidden equals true, return, otherwise hidden equals false, self.message view dot border color equals message dot color. Oh, they're not public, are they? You need to make the elements public. Use message dot color, self dot message view dot background dot no color. Dot color with alpha component 0.7. Probably want 0.8, but I'll try 0.7 for now. We don't have the actual labeling, but we'll get that in a second. I just want to make sure that our showing and hiding works. Alright. Guess what, folks? Doesn't work. All that, mission accomplished. Oh, why is it not working? Oh. I am adding it, aren't I? But I'm not updating the frame. Self.message view. Dot frame equals layout page content container frame, I believe we want. Let's try this again. Okay. Well, that's progress. Shouldn't be doing that. We don't want the target to be set for that. So why is the target being set for that? Page cursor ID is not equal to set of page ID, else of cursor link in layout. If stuff current target page now else that. So actually we could probably just if that into there, and in this case self.current target page equals L. That should work. Yeah, we're not doing that, but we are doing those. Okay, fantastic. So what we want to do is make the border thicker, add some corner radius, and then add some text. Box dot border width equals, let's say, 3. Box dot corner radius, let's say. Do we have corner size? There we go, 8. Is self dot corner size. Okay, and private lazy var message label is an NS text field. That message label equal NS text field label with string that And then we want message label dot font equals NS font, all system font of size. Font okay, let's set it to 15. Message label dot alignment equals center, and message label dot line break mode. What the hell's line break strategy? Oh. That's something new. Line break mode equals creating tail and message label dot maximum lines. I think. Okay, and we want to add in here you to add subview label, the message label translates auto it's false. Then the message label here. And right, we have the content view, adding a subview, a message label. Now we want to do some constraints. Oh, she's only had this at the content view set, which it should always be. Okay, so message label dot leading written equal to content plus 5. Up. And the same again, but in this case we want the content view dot bottom anchor written equal to that message label bottom anchor 5, and we message label trailing anchor and content view trailing. So you may be wondering why these flipped around, and it is because I want to keep these positive. So when you're doing constraints in auto layout uses something called linear programming, which is a term in maths where you get a bunch of equations and you're trying to optimize them for a certain scenario. So, for example, you have an idea of, like, it's used a lot in the industry to work out, okay, what do I need to sell something for? Or how do you optimize your output? So you can, like, okay, I've got product A that takes a certain amount of time to build and brings in a certain amount of profit. And you've got product B that takes a certain amount of time and brings in a certain amount of profit. And both of them have certain costs. Okay, given all those constraints, and given I have limits on how much money I can spend per day and how much time there is in a day, how do I get the most profit? How much of product A and product B do I need to make the most profit? And these are tools to work this out using linear programming. And you could do the same here with these constraints. What is the optimal layout? If I'm optimizing for, in the case of auto layout, the smallest possible size. Now, the key thing is that a constraint, in this case, saying that, for example, the top anchor or the top edge of the message label needs to be greater than or equal to the content view, its parent, plus 5. So these are expressions in the form y equals mx plus c. Now, if you have ever done any mathematics in school, that formula is very familiar to you because it is the equation of a straight line. M is the multiple, so it's how steep is the line, and c is the constant, which is where it will effectively cross the y-axis when x is 0. So these are all in the form of y equals mx plus c. And what you think of it as is, I believe in this case, it's the leading anchor is equal to the content leading anchor plus 5. So y equals mx. There is a multiplier that you can apply to certain ones, but in our case it's normally set to 1. So x plus c. Now if you think of this just purely in terms of like the coordinates, if I want the message label to start 5 points below the 5 points in from the its parent view, then whatever value I have for the x position needs to be this, whatever value it is for the parent, plus 5. Same for the top. The top of the thing should be equal to top of the anchor, whatever y value that has, plus 5. That gives us a 5 inset. Now, when you get to here, you're thinking of it the other way around. We still want an inset, but if you want to keep the constant positive, which I generally tend to do, then what you need to do is flip these around, because if it wasn't flipped around and you had this at the beginning, then the value of this is no longer the whatever value the bottom anchor is plus 5, it's minus 5. So you can do this, you can swap these two around and just flip the sign on the constant, and it's the exact same constraint effectively. But if you want to think of it as having the 5-point inset, you have to flip it around. So you're now saying that the bottom of the parent view should be greater than or equal to whatever the value, the bottom of the message label is, plus 5. You may say, well, how does it work that out? Because it needs to know the value of this for the message label. Well, like I say, they're equivalent whichever way you do it. Constraints work both ways. So whichever way around you do it, it will work it out. At some point, I am actually going to finally do what I keep saying I'm going to do and give my set of talks that I have given at conferences in the past on auto layout, because I actually go through all of the mathematics behind this and explain how it all works and how you can take a bunch of things like this and get a layout out of it. But for now, That is lesson time over, so we will get back to updating the message view. So what we want to do here is self.message_label.string value equals message.message. And then if NSColor plus M3 extensions, right, so if NSColor dot, well, no, we can do it. If the message dot color dot contrast ratio to white is less than 4.5. Oh no, if it's greater than or equal to 4.5, then the self.message label dot text color equal. Oh, someone's at the door. Give me 1 second, I will be right back. What has been going on here? Have there been shenanigans while I was answering the door? I also went and got myself a fresh cup of tea because it was about time to have a break anyway, so I figure have a break. But I'm looking at you, chat. You appear to have done some stuff. Don't you throw bugs at me and my son ever again. Must clear screen. So yeah, this is what I was working on last night, where I now have it where I can change where I look on the new builds of the Pokebot. I've still got some stuff that I want to work on with it. It's still a bit rough around the edges, but that's what we will work on in a bit. But I will show that off once we get this message view working, because that would be a good place to stop with this. Let's beat myself back over into my corner. I think at some point I need to remodel the ship so that the door is not quite so close to where I want to stand. Okay, so if I select this, link to page, link to page, link to page. Okay, yeah, we need some more constraints on here. Okay, that's doable. Where are we? Because we told it that it needs to be in this position, but we haven't told it where within there it needs to be. So it's just expanding it. So if I also do message do lead anchor, no, center X anchor constraint equal to content view dot center X anchor, and do the same for the center Y. Oh, we have a clip. That's a good one, Kieran. Let's see if I can get direct. Oh no, I need to do it through. Where's wavelength? Oh, wavelength's open. Bigger wavelength. Sorry. Let's see if I can get this thing. Don't you throw bugs at me and my son ever again. Hopefully that's coming through. Don't you throw bugs at me and my son ever again. I actually, okay, I did a clip yesterday. I wait until you get back, Kieran, but there was a clip I did of Swift stream yesterday, which I'm pretty proud of, which I will show off in a second. If you don't like spoilers for the game Outer Wilds, you may want to look away for a second. Oh. Yeah, let's a second. Let's see. Videos, clips. Well, one day you may fill the ship, Sinister. The problem is you keep spending all your channel points to partially fill the ship. And the ship's going to expand at some point, so... All I will say is if anyone does like to fill the ship, subscribers get bigger bugoo. I think that one just... Did that one go flying into space? Let's try that again. Okay, that one landed. I think one of them actually went flying into space. Let's shift over. Oh, come on. Where were you? And you too. At some point, I am going to have to create the bug zapper. No, away. There. Where am I? There I am. There are bugs. Bugs everywhere. Right, so we've set our center X anchor. We've got our center Y anchor. Once we get this built, we will start thinking. There we go. It's in the middle. Now, that contrast ratio does not look particularly good. Let's grab this and Photoshop. Where are we? Web aim. Resources. Contrast. Checker. What colors do we have? We have white and we have this color. Yeah, that's a fail. Thought it would be. So why? Oh, because I'm not. Message label dot text color equal black. Right. Let's try that again. So we select, go in. There we go. That's looking a bit better. Now, what I may do is actually use that so we have a bit more. In fact, let's do 8.5. What I also want to do is up here is corner size. That's -2 on that. Let's see what that looks like. And that looks better. Yep, that is clearer. So I think that is pretty good. So you can link to page, and if we click there, aha, hasn't cleared it. So clean up current target page messaging. I also want to go back here because all of these need a self in front of them. Let it build. Delete that. Go in here. Okay. Let's select that and then we'll go here. Click. That goes away. Oh, because okay, right, that is a bug. Page with no title here in there. Create link. Now create title page. Create link to page. observe vector. R20.2. Okay. So I think what I am going to do is we're going to finish the copy stuff there, because the next thing we're going to start on is probably the linking between pages where there is no link, so that when you actually delete a link, the link will stay on the canvas, which is probably the best option now, because you can manually delete them, but it will show us not actually connecting a link. And if you add the link back in, it can pop back up again. So what that means is I can quit Xcode and we can head over to the stream overlay and do a little bit of fun playing around there. Now, part of me is thinking for the Monday streams to potentially extend them. Because at the moment they're meant to be between 1 and 5. I may potentially look at like between 12 and 5 UK time. So they start an hour early, because if we're not streaming on the Saturday, it makes sense to extend them on the Monday. But I may also just try and spend a few hours in the morning, now that I've got the Saturday off to do like jobs around the house and all stuff like that. Spend the morning working on stuff off stream, and then the afternoon is streaming. Now I may end up doing both, but we'll see. Anyway, if we go here, let's first lock the Pokebot in the active overlay, and we'll go to the game, and the Pokebot can move around. I've currently hidden the spaceship just so that I can get a clearer sense of where the Pokebot is, but I can move around. I can move my face around. And I've actually changed my my layout. So if I go here, so I have, let's make this bigger. I've changed my hotkey, my controller layout. So the left stick has always been move the bot around. The right stick has been move the bot. And I have all my arrows, which are my D-pad keys, which are expressions, but then I had the start button as a final expression. So what I'm, let's see, what else did I do? I have R1 current, and now this is currently where R1 will spin the head around. L1 will face me towards the camera, and then triangle swaps the camera. So what I have now is I can move around with the left stick as usual, and right stick will move the head. But if I hold L1, because the chance of me wanting to move and move the eyes at once are not very big. So if I hold L1, the eyes can now look around. I can look to the right and to the left, down and up. But I can also move the head around. And if I move these at the same time, they'll move at the same time. And now one thing I have done is I've inverted the Y on the head So if I press down, I look up. If I press up, I look down. But on the eyes, if I press up, I look up, and if I press down, I look down. Now you may think, why? Well, that is something that I do, but also it's just something that makes sense to me, that the head makes sense doing that, but the eyes make sense not being inverted. So yes, so we have that. Other things I've done. L3, I just press, that is now rotate to camera. And what it should be doing is, I have, if I'm going, say, this way, and I L3, and I have the controller pointing elsewhere, like I have the thumbstick, this is a minor quality of life, it doesn't actually start moving again, because when I take my thumb off L3, which is pressing in the left analog stick, it actually disables the look to camera mode immediately, but because it's springing back, it's still reading some value. So I have it where it will not actually start moving again until it has reached 0. So that is something nice. I have R2, which pans the camera down and up. I need to fix that a bit, because if I'm further away, it doesn't fully pan it back up. Let's see. Oh yeah, I can look around, but if I hold R3, that gives me my full rotation now. And then I've basically got options for other stuff. So I have, now we're going to have 8 expressions. I'm going to have up, down, left and right be my expression. So 1, 2, up for 1, down for 2, left for 3, right for 4. And then if I hold R1, I can do those as well. Now you may be asking, why is R1 to do the expressions? Because on the PlayStation controller, the D-pad is on the left. Well, the answer is, it just feels better. If I try to do L1 and press, my hand is having to like cramp up a bit, because it's trying to press down on the trigger on the L1 button while also moving the thumb up to, for example, reach the up button. It's just awkward. If I do it separate hands, one can be doing one motion, the other can be doing the other. Then I have all my standard ones. Triangle is still toggle camera. X is going to become grab when I make things grabbable. And then circle and square are going to be invoking my animations. And then finally I have the share button. I'm moving the ability to lock movement. So I'm currently moving the joystick at the moment. I'm moving the lock option to the game controller. And then options will eventually also be a reset position. So that is when, for example, we have the gravity bomb and stuff in, and I want to wrap myself. So that is it. Yeah. Well, I mean, what do you think? I mean, like it? With my eyes being able to move. Now there is a lot of stuff. So, for example, what I want to tweak the most today, there's quite a few things that I want to get done today. So the first thing is, if I rotate, you'll notice that if I rotate up and release, you notice how it snaps back. But if I look to the left, you notice how it animates back. you can actually see it better if I shift around like that and I go a bit further. It rotates back. Whereas this, it snaps, it snaps. The eye movements are the same. It snaps back to center. What I want to do is to animate that, because when I'm looking around, I can go fairly smooth. And if I'm just going like this, I'm moving the controller back and forth. But if I go like that, it just snaps. So I want to have a maximum speed like I have here. So I want to do that on the eyes. The other thing with the eyes is, so they're not offset at the moment. They are centered and they will be offset. So I want to be able to have the actual glasses move as part of it. I created an idle animation. And the problem with the idle animation is that when you have an animation running, you can't do much else except just move the whole character around. So all this looking around and moving the eyes doesn't really work when you have an animation running. So in order to have my various like animations occur, I need to basically have it so that the animator is turned off most of the time, and then I turn it on to run an animation, and then once the animation is done, I turn it off again. Because I don't want to be able to be moving stuff around while the animator is trying to animate stuff around, so that makes sense. The problem is that I cannot do an idle animation then, because if I'm just around and bouncing up and down, and I want to look around, well, I can't do that and be bouncing. So I'm going to have to go back to doing that in code, which is fine. It's just basically bounce up and down a bit. So it's super easy to do in code. So shouldn't be too hard. So want to get that working, because once that is working, then we can potentially add the animations back in. So this is all just about animation. So I think what we'll do today is focus on the animation side of things, because this is, well, that's looking fairly good. So yeah, we'll get the vertical animation of the head going smooth, the animation of the eyes going smooth, and then we will try and get the bot animations working, because once they are working, in fact, then we can actually have the idle animations on, and then we're really getting somewhere, because potentially I could get the mouth working, though that requires the microphone, which is something to potentially do off stream. So that may be a job for me next Saturday to play around with, or sometime over the week. But yeah, okay, let's give this a go. So what I want to do, I've actually been doing a lot of cleanup on the code. So I'll show you what I have done with some of the code here. So previously, all of the controller stuff was scattered across the places that actually needed it. This is annoying. I don't know why it keeps asking for this, because I don't care about the Android SDK. But Visual Studio's gone to Visual Studio. What I have done now is created a controls class. So I have one place where I have all of my controls that are at least on my controller, not necessarily on the Stream Deck. I may do a similar thing for the Stream Deck, where they all get added in here, and I basically just get the components that I need, and then I can call the correct method that I need on them. So all of the input handling is handled on this controls class. I'm also tidying things up over here. So we have the expressions manager, which is going to be handling all of our expressions. This requires a lot of setup at the moment. The eye manager may be going away because I have glasses here where I can apply an expression and it's going to, this is updating the eye position and everything. So it needs to pull this information from the theme and the expression. We've got the theme manager, which is going to be, and it suggests mentioning themes. The mouth manager is still going to manage the mouth and be the microphone side of things, but the eye manager may be merged into the glasses, as I say. We've got the animation manager for handling all sorts of animation stuff. But then we get the movement control. Now this was previously two different controllers. One for the actual movement, like one for the bot movement, one for the head movement. And I have actually set these both, like put them both into the same thing. So you can update the eyes, the look, and the movement. Now the reason for that is the idle animations. I need to work out, am I idling? Like, is there no input? Or at least, is there no input that would affect the animations? And to know that, I need to know both the movement and the head movement, and potentially the eye movement as well. I'm not too sure about that one. If we can get the eyes moving during an animation, that's great, but I don't think there should be any real issue with them stopping. But any other movement, I want to basically like reset the idle timer for the animation. So that's why I have moved all of this into here, into our movement controller. So what we have at the moment is in update look, we first update our rotations. Then we set our values. Now the difference is for the upper neck and the neck rotation, we just set a value here. Whereas for the look rotation, we actually tweak them until a certain point, and then we set the rotation directly to the target. So what we want to do is we want this to be sort of the same. For the rotations, we probably want to tweak them. We don't actually read in, when we read there, Open it. We don't actually read those in there. The only time we read that in is compare against the target. Question is, if I do debug previous lower neck, and new neck. So this dot current lower neck rotation. And this is going to be this dot lower neck dot transform dot local Euler angles dot y. That should be debug dot log. Okay. OV switch back to Unity. And clear. Okay. So we're the same until we get to 180, at which point we go negative, because this is the offset from there. Right. We don't need that anymore, so let's do that, and let's bring this over here. We can scale that down a bit. Pull that down there. So we can get it from there. We just need to, if it is greater than 180, then subtract 360 from it. Yes. So let's give that a try. So if I copy that, angle equals that, and if angle is greater than 180, angle minus equals E. Then let's print out the angle and see if they match up now. Hi Dalek, welcome in. Yeah, if you're looking about Coppice, feel free to just check out coppiceapp.com, and that should hopefully tell you all about the app. This at the moment is just working on overlay stuff So this is just C# because this is doing some Unity work. In fact, there's a new command that I added that I haven't actually listed yet. No matter, which explains what all this stream overlay stuff is. So yeah, this is all C#. Coppice is built using Swift and Xcode, so that is what I spend most of my time doing on streams. But usually the last hour or so of a stream, I am spending just messing around in Unity, building stuff like so. Just building, well, this overlay here that you can see. Oh. I mean, as you can see, there are plenty of bugs in the overlay. But yeah, this is my home on Twitch, and Twitch is apparently in space, so this is what I'd just do this for. Something to make the stream a bit different and have fun and make it more interactive. But yeah, most of the time I am doing some I am doing Mac development. I was doing that earlier, so if you are here during streams, then I'm always working on Swift stuff or Mac stuff or just general stuff that is needed for shipping a Mac app. But if you have any questions at all, feel free to ask them, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have. So, what we want to do is build and run this, and right. So yeah, they're lining up with previous values close enough. Within the margin of error for floating point numbers, so that means that we no longer need to store these. So what I can do, private void, not private void, private float, lower neck rotation. Private float neck rotation, and private float upper neck rotation. Right, so I'm going to return 0. Turn 0 and turn 90. And what we're going to do here, let's run this, you can actually see. So we can get rid of all of that. Get rid of that, and all we need to do here is this dot lower neck rotation. Neck rotation. And upper neck rotation. So if we do that, we build, I won't be able to do anything, but is not breaking. So that's good. So what we want to do is we're going to want to take this for the lower neck rotation. And yeah, target lower neck rotation. So we've got this lower neck rotation. So what we're going to do here is I wonder. I have a bot face. What if I had a bot neck? Okay, new folder. I'm going to call this bot art. Got the bot face, which we're going to move there. And I'm going to add new model behavior and call it bot neck. And what we can have is float, lower neck rotation, get and 0 set do nothing. Float neck rotation, get and 0 set is nothing, and float upper neck rotation. Okay, we also these all need to be public, don't they? So they can be called. So we get all of our stuff there. And a bit further up, what we want is awake. We want private game object upper neck, private game object neck, private game object lower neck. I believe bot face. I believe bot face is on here. Yes. So if I add, I don't want a new script. I want bot neck. So just add that onto there. Then I want to go here, grab those. Go to the bot neck and just don't tell Sonic we're here because we're in the robot neck. That is the appropriate emote, Sinister. That is most definitely the appropriate emote. Don't you boo me, Kieran. I can hear Ayanoki cheering in his sleep from here. That is the sort of pun that he would have loved. I actually sent him a joke that I saw. Let's see if I can find it for you all. Oh yeah. Sound from a musician on stage bounces off the auditorium walls to surround the audience. The sound from a pigeon on stage does not do this. The reason is acoustics. Right, so we wake up, we get these things. Now we want to get the rotation. So setting the rotation is going to be easy because if we go down here, I'm gonna grab these. At this point I realise I have not actually done this before in C#. How do you actually, is there like an implicit C# properties get that. It is just a value. This is one of the many times that I wish. Well, I suppose this one isn't, but there are times that I wish I had Swift available to me because there are so many like just quality of life improvements that C#'s a very nice language, but Swift just has so many small things that are just make stuff feel better. One of them being that you can add, like here, if I wanted, whenever I set this to run some code, from what I understand in C# in order to do this, I would actually need a separate property that would set a stored property, but then run the code after. Whereas in Swift, I'd just do, rather than get a set, I'd do did set and then run the code and it would just work. So little niceties like that are very, very useful. Okay, so we have angles here. So what we want to do is var angle equals this dot lower neck dot transform dot local Euler angles dot y. If angle is greater than 180, angle minus equals 360. Oh yes, I was going to show off a clip that I recorded. So just as a warning, I am going to put on the worried face. If anyone is in any way spoiled by the Outer Wilds, this clip is only about 20 seconds long, but I'm going to show a clip from the Doig Swift stream from yesterday. They were playing a game called the Outer Wilds, and this clip was just, their timing is just too perfect. So once this face goes away, I will be like, it will be safe. Come back. I will also stop speaking so you can have a mute or whatever. But yes, let me show off the clip. There were so many times during their stream that they said things so perfectly without realizing it, and this is one of them.
The universe is expanding.
Almost as if there was a big... Whoa!
Dude! What?
Literally, the universe is expanding. Click a button, the universe expands. The other one that was fantastic was when they it was like absolute perfect timing. They were going past the sun, very close, and Doig said, like, it was playing, and anyone who's played Outer Wilds or watched it or anything knows there is a certain musical cue that happens. And everyone starts going through the, like, understanding what happens at that musical cue. And I'm not going to say exactly what happens. All I'm going to say, and those who know will know, is that as that musical cue had started playing, they didn't know, and I believe still do not know what that musical cue means. Doig said, the sun's going by real fast. And I think that that was the first time that they actually had that happen as well. It was like on their first time through. And they were like, oh, the sun's going by real fast. And then they zoom out and turn around like, what's happening? It's just like, how have you not played the game to get so many perfect things? But okay, so we want the up neck and we want the neck. But yeah, that game, like, I've not actually played the game. It was something that is like, it would have been fun to play, but at the same time, probably not by myself. It's one of those games that I've enjoyed watching others experience it, and I've still got sort of the mind blown aspects of it. But like, I like watching occasion, depending on what it is, I like watching reaction videos. I know it's like thing of, oh, people are always doing reaction videos, I want to get out of it. But there are two types of people out there. There are people who, when you hear, oh, you've never heard of this, you've never listened to this, you've never seen this, you've never played this, oh, well, I'm going to look down on you and sneer at you for not being cultured enough to have played this game and listened to this music. And then there are others who are like, oh, you've never seen this before? Well, come this way and experience this for the first time. Well, I'm not paying attention to the thing that you're experiencing for the first time. I'm watching you, because there's an element of vicariously living through someone's first experience of something that is so fantastic and wonderful, where you know what is coming, you know how awesome something is. One of the best examples of this, that best song for reaction video, is Phil Collins' In the Air Tonight. Because people are listening to it and it's just going and going and going, oh, this is good, this is good, this is good. And then they get to the greatest drum fill of all time. And it's just like, wait, what was that just happened? And everyone else knows that it's coming, and you get, like, when you do this, listen to it the first time, there's no anticipation of that happening. But when when you do know the song, you get the anticipation of what is happening, and you add to that the anticipation of someone being able to experience this. And the Outer Wilds, to me, is like the greatest reaction thing. Like, I'm experiencing it for the first time through Kurzek's playthroughs, which, for anyone who's watching who has played through Outer Wilds and is interested in watching playthroughs, then shout out to Kurzek, who should be playing the DLC later. We've raided Kurzek a few times. But I'm sort of experiencing it for the first time watching her streams, but then watching Dog Swift, it's sort of like there's a whole new level of enjoyment of knowing what's happening and enjoying someone else experiencing something awesome for the first time. And I think there's even an XKCD about it, but whenever someone says, I don't know something, be excited, because you get to show them. You get to see their face when they experience something for the first time. Like, imagine someone watching The Empire Strikes Back for the first time. Everyone's done that. But imagine being able to experience someone else experiencing that. And the shock and the awe that you feel at that. It helps you process your own feelings around that and realize, oh, this is what I must be like. Because you never understand that in the moment. It's one of the cruel things of you never truly appreciate the feelings that you have when something awesome happens for the first time, and you never fully process them. Like, you know they're there, but it's not like, because it's a surprise and you're not prepared to correctly process them. Your housemate hasn't seen any of the films except for Rogue One. Okay, Kieran. So, if you're doing the viewing order, and the important thing is, if you want the best surprise, you never do in episode order. You don't do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because that just ruins, like, Empire Strikes Back. Instead, and you don't do them in release order, or you can do them in release order, but a good order, you may already know this, is one called Machete Order. I don't know why it's called the Machete Order, but it's called the Machete Order. And the order is Episode 4, Episode 5, Episode 2 and 3, and then Episode 6. And then you can do 7, 8, 9 if you want to. And I mean, you can even potentially extend that by doing Rogue One first, potentially. But I mean, if you've seen Rogue One, then great, because you're immediately going into Episode 4 from there anyway. But the reason you do that is that you do Episode 4, Episode 5. It keeps the spoiler from Episode 5 unspoiled, so you get that perfectly. But then you get to go back to the prequels, and it almost acts a bit like a flashback before Episode 6. So you can see, oh, this has happened. How did it get to this point? Yeah, 4, 5, 2, 3, 6. You don't have to do it that way, but that's called Machete Order, and it's generally a good thing. It has several benefits. One, you ignore Episode 1, which is kind of... I mean, it's not terrible, and... I mean, the thing that Episode 1 has going for it is that you need Episode 1 if you want to make sense of Clone Wars or Rebels, if you ever get to watching those. Because Episode 1 has some characters in it that are key to that. But I mean, the key thing with Episode 1 is with not watching it, you are missing out on arguably the best lightsaber fight in the whole of Star Wars, and one of the best songs in all of Star Wars, at least to some degree. But for the most part, it's not that relevant to anything except establishing a few bits and pieces. 2 and 3 do establish a lot about Anakin and his journey to becoming, who he does. The key thing that I would warn against this. Oh, episode 1 isn't too bad. It's just, I mean, I will say this. I always thought that episode 2 was pretty good. But when you actually watch it in machete order, you go 4, and you go 5, which is like top 2 Star Wars movie. Like, it is probably my second favorite Star Wars movie. Many people, it is their favorite. It is the best. It is one of the greatest movies of all time. And then you go into episode 2, and it is kind of jarring because you realize just how good episode 5 is and just how not as good as it episode 2 is. Like, episode 2 is not anywhere near as good as episode 5, so it is a bit jarring. On the other hand, you start to appreciate how good episode 3 is because you realize actually this is on par with like episode 6, and I would actually rate it higher. I mean, I don't know about anyone else in chat, but so I'm going to go for the spicy take here. So come on, let's get up close to the camera, and we will have the spicy Star Wars take, the spiciest of Star Wars take. Here is my order of Star Wars movies from worst to best. This is a spicy take, so be prepared. And bear in mind, I have not seen Solo, so this is just episodes 1 through 9 and Rogue One in here. So, from worst to best Star Wars movies. In 10th position, because we've got 10 movies, in 10th position, The Phantom Menace. In 9th position, Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. In 8th position, Episode 9. Actually, no. Episode 9 should be in 9th position. Rise of Skywalker is below Attack of the Clones. Episode 2 is in 8th. So, Phantom Menace, Rise of Skywalker, Attack of the Clones. In 7th position, Force Awakens. In 6th position, Return of the Jedi. In 5th position, Revenge of the Sith. Yes, I do rate that higher than Return of the Jedi. It is such a good film. In 4th position, A New Hope. Yes, Star Wars, the original Star Wars, is only the 4th best Star Wars film. 3rd position, Rogue One. 2nd position, Empire Strikes Back. And where it gets real spicy is, in my opinion, the best Star Wars movie is The Last Jedi. Now, some people will be like, nope, I'm quitting. I am banning you. You are not allowed anywhere near me. That is absolutely terrible. But to me, The Last Jedi is the best Star Wars movie. I came out of the cinema after watching The Last Jedi thinking this must be what it was like when people saw Empire Strikes Back for the first time. because there's just so much awesomeness in there, and it's sort of throwing away a lot of notions that, I mean, to me, if they'd have got Ryan Johnson gone back and they just sort of ignored all the people complaining on the internet about silly little things that don't actually matter, and actually gone with what Ryan Johnson had set in motion, they could have had an excellent episode 9, and it would have been as good as the original trilogy. But the problem is they decided, there's a lot of backlash here. Yeah, let's just scrap all that and then make something that's kind of meh. There were so many good messages in Last Jedi, and they threw it all away, which is a shame. On the plus side, if you don't like the Star Wars movies and you think some of them are naff, then they only make up a tiny bit of Star Wars. Watch Clone Wars. It's a bit ropey to begin with, but it gets absolutely awesome. And you will probably find new appreciations for Obi-Wan and Anakin, and learn to get new characters and learn new things about the Force and so on. Clone Wars. Actually, Clone Wars arguably has Episode 1 has the best lightsaber fight. You could potentially argue Clone Wars has the second best lightsaber fight in all of Star Wars, because you get towards the end of Clone Wars, there are some fantastic lightsaber fights, and then you get onto Rebels, and Rebels has some fantastic storytelling in it. Maybe not quite up to the full level of Clone Wars, but as you get towards the end of Rebels, it is definitely up there with Clone Wars. And then you get The Mandalorian, which is fantastic. Star Wars TV series, they are very much up there. They are far better than the movies. I think this is sort of partly where Star Trek has an advantage, in that it started as a TV series, and then you have the movies as sort of things added on. You can build so much more stuff in a TV series than you can in a movie. So, anyway, we've done a lot of talking, so let's get on to some coding. We've got our botneck set there. We go to the movement controller. What we actually want to do is we're going to get rid of that, and we're going to have our bot neck. And I'm going to do this dot bot neck equals this dot get component bot neck. Then I'm going to go down here, and we can do this dot bot neck equals this dot lower neck rotation. This dot bot neck dot lower neck rotation. Dot up neck rotation. Dot up neck rotation. Okay. Yeah, Clone Wars, I agree, go. It's just good TV full stop. Like I say, the pilot and a bit early on, maybe the first series, is a little ropey at times. But as it progresses, it's just the character development and everything. And I'm glad I never watched Clone Wars. I'm glad I never watched Clone Wars when it first came out. Because watching Clone Wars and knowing that it went on a hiatus after Series 5 and nobody, like, it was effectively cancelled, and then he did Series 6 and then there was nothing more, and then he did Series 7, that would have been terrible. Being able to watch it all the way through and get the full story, it is very good. Right. Oh, we get all that, and what we want to do is var rotation equal this dot bot neck dot lower neck rotation. So get the rotation. Actually, if that, oh, I'd have expected Visual Studio to do better. We do that there, and this rotation, that, and then we want rotation, 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 rotation. Okay, so if I save that, it's going to reload. And if I play, I should get the lower neck rotation. Which I do. Fantastic. So now, do the other parts of the rotation. So, if what we're going to do is we're going to have a private float. You got to go to get sleep. No worries. Hope you sleep well, Sinister, and hopefully talk tomorrow. And hope you manage to make progress on your character design if you are working on it tomorrow. But yeah, have a good night, and thanks for dropping by. Right, float. Import dead equals 0.15f. So if this dot look amount dot y is greater than this dot input dead zone, return 50 times this dot look amount dot y. Else return 0. And here, if this dot look amount dot y is greater than this dot input dead zone, return 90 minus 25 times this dot amount dot y. Else, if this dot look amount dot y, yeah, we'll do an else if, because I'm going to change this in a second. Minus this dot input dead zone. Return 90 plus 45 times this dot look amount dot y. Else return 90. Okay, fingers crossed. There we go. Successfully refactored. Everything is working as it was before, including snapping. So, what? Oh, that's a fair point. I wonder. Curious about something. Input debugger. Yeah, it seemed to. Yeah, there's nothing there. Right. So, what we now want to do. So for this neck rotation, we're going to do a similar thing here. So what? That is greater than this dot input dead zone. I'm going to create a method which is going to be private float rotation for target. And we're going to have float target float current and float rotation max rotation. We're going to have this here. We've got target, we've got current, we've got max rotation there, max rotation and max rotation times 2. So this should be able to do this dot rotation for target. Target lower neck rotation, rotation 20. So here we're going to do target rotation. 0f. In fact, we can rename that to target rotation. If that, then target rotation is going to be equal to that. And return this dot rotation for target. Target rotation. This dot neck rotation, and what we're going to do is we're going to set this to 1, so it's going to do 1 degree update. Actually, I feel like this should be based on frame rate. We can fix it in a little bit. So here, bar target rotation is equal to 90F. Wise target rotation is that or that. The neck rotation. Okay. If we go here, so it does that. So if we change that to 20, oh, actually no, it's 10. So if we change it to 10 and 10, we need to start. That is a lot better. That is like it's probably only adding 1 or 2 in between frames, but it doesn't look. It like looks like it rotates back rather than just snapping. Like if I that definitely looks. It even looks better going down because there is a limit. So it does animate down. Like the input sets the target, but there's a maximum rate at which it can move. Now, what happens if I do it multiplying by time.delta time? Okay, what I'm going to do, click float, neck rotation rate equals, let's set it to 100F by default. I'm going to do this dot neck rotation rate. Delta is greater than 0. Why is... Okay, let's make it bigger than 1. Okay, so I need to definitely increase that speed. So the next rotation rate, let's set this to 150. Nope. Let's do 270. Okay, so that's okay. Where's that vibrating? That's vibrating. Do. Else if math dot delta is greater than 1, else. So I think this is what we want. Rotation plus equals delta times time dot delta time. Welcome back from the walk, Kieran. Hopefully it was good. I haven't actually been for a proper walk today. It's mostly just been walking around shops and after my nieces, so I never really do on a Sunday. I would have had walks yesterday and Friday, but you know, oof. Ugh. Oh, that's at 270. Now that's too slow. let's save that. Okay, so I'm going to go to Pilkybot. And remote controller, let's to 50. Yeah, let's get rid of the time.delta time. Well, that's a fair point. I'm doing this in fixed update anyway, so yeah. Reduce the default back to 10, and we'll have to make sure it's reduced there. We don't need time.delta time because it is a fixed update. Okay, that is looking good. Right, well, I'm just going to quickly nip to the loo. I need a bathroom break. But when we get back, we'll have probably another half hour or so on this. And I want to get the idle animation working. Which requires us knowing when we're not moving and being able to keep track of an idle thing and then get the idle animations working. So I think the bounce we could potentially have working most of the time, but yeah. Anyway, I'm going to be back in a few minutes. I will run an ad during the break just so that we can get rid of pre-rolls for the rest of the stream. So I will see you all in about 2 minutes. Okay, I am back. So, let's get some animation working on this robot. So to be able to do that, we need to be able to tell the animation manager well, renaming that because it's not can move, it should be is animating. Okay. Right, so we actually want to invert this because if we're animating then we don't allow any updates. Movement started. Movement start. Right, that we don't. Right, so what we just want to do is public void movement curve. That's what we want, and what this is going to do is this dot is we don't care about the we've got this dot movement occurred and public void, or rather input occurred. Yeah, we can just have the bounce happening all the time. So we can just have input occurred and it will be this dot time equals 0. We don't care about that. So in the movement controller, what we want to do is if this dot movement amount dot magnitude is greater than 0, or this dot look amount dot magnitude is greater than 0. Then this dot animation manager dot input occurred. So we're telling every time on the update, yeah, input, 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 input. And what that does is it just constantly resets our idle timer back to 0. Then what we want to do so is animating should be not animating, so that is going to be our not animated state. If it's that equals false. So if it's any other state, then we are animating. This get component animator dot this dot animating so this is going to start everything. So what we want to do is this dot get component animator dot enabled equals true. This dot is animating equal true. Actually do that. Otherwise, is animating is equal to that and that. Okay. So I'm going to rename this. Oh, it's not going to have an animation. Not animating. I'm going to make that our standard state. We can delete that. Don't care about the moving, which means that we can go to the parameters and get rid of that. Okay. We go to the Pokebot. When the animator to be disabled, the animation manager is enabled. And compiler errors are existing. Animation Manager does not contain movement stop. Okay, let's see these idle animations kick in. So we should be able to move. And nothing should happen. Actually, the initial one is 60 seconds. So we'll wait to make sure it happens. In fact, no, we won't. It's going to be faster for me just to go to the animation manager. So that's 10. What this should do is after 10 seconds we should get an idle animation, just a random one occurring. Why is okay? I need to go into here. So debug.log animating. And then we're going to do is animating. It's causing issues. Maybe it does not exist. I want to do something to do with that. Okay. It is animating is false. Right. So, why? Let's try fix update. Hey, Snowtwig. Yes, there is an awful lot of bugs there. You can actually see just how many, and I believe these are just the ones in here. There are plenty more on the bridge. Hmm. State info. Let's get rid of that. And let's set that to false. This are not working. Okay. And I can't move. Okay. If I debug.log date info. Let's see what this does. Okay. Where are we? Get animator state info. Status loop. Passes the percentage to 1, the progress of the current loop. why? Hmm. Is right. So it is equal to that. But then after 10 seconds, an animation should happen. Okay. Oh. Wait, no. That should be correct. So it should be. I wonder if it's just because it's doing it so often. Okay. Let's. Oh, no, be higher up. Oh, animator. Oh, we've got the animator. We can do this. Oh, animator enabled. So I wonder what I can do if this dot animator dot enabled is true and this dot is animating is false, then this dot animator dot enabled equals false. Else if this dot animator dot enabled is false and this dot is animating equals true, then this dot animator dot enabled equals true. So we only change it if it hasn't changed, like if the state has changed. Let's see if this works. Yeah, the whiplash of realization is a painful thing. Nope. Debug.log. Disabling animator. Enabling animator. I wonder if the trigger hasn't had time to fire. Not animator. What's that? Laps at the bottom. Okay, we need to get rid of the offset thing. Where are they? Right, get rid of that. And then hold and run, and we want to wait for the animation to happen and fail. So we can clear the console here. Collapse. I start collapsing state in 4 years. Disabling animate and right. So if we go back to the animation manager, I'm going to turn that off. Let this run, clear, collapse. A second. Okay, let's set that. Try again. Alright, so it's true. We want to wait for the animation to happen and then it should become false. Okay, that took a while. So false. So false. 36 seconds. We've got a lot of disabling animators, but when we actually animate, so it's almost like at least partially of a second. Okay, so we need to know, has the animation fired? Okay, so what I'm going to do is enum animation state. Not animating. Waiting to animate. Animating. And and we want public animation state. This needs to be public as well. State get private set equals not animating. Okay, so this state is going to equal waiting to animate. So we're going to have private trigger idle animation. Let's start. Okay, idle animation. So we set the animator there, so that is all that. So for animator not animating equals this dot animator no equals state info dot state info dot is name dot animating. So if animator if animation state dot waiting to animate actually no, we only care about so if let's get the current state info. So if we're waiting to animate, and animator is animator animating, is that equal to false? So if we'll if this dot state is equal to waiting to animate and is animator animating is equal to true, then this dot state is equal to animation state dot animating. We actually can do that as an if else. And I'll say, so if the idle time is greater than the next idle event time, I want to trigger an animation. Otherwise, if we're waiting to animate, so we triggered an animation, but we're not actually animating yet, and we're not animating, or rather, we are animating, then we want to set the state to animating. Otherwise, actually, we probably want to do this slightly differently. If the state is waiting to animate, then we just go here and we're just constantly checking for if is animating is true. At which point we change the state. So here the state should be not animating. We do this and eventually we trigger the idle animation. Otherwise, we're waiting to animate, we set this, we're good. And then finally, then we will do this dot is animating equals this dot state do it based on the current state. Well, yeah, let's switch on self dot state, not self, this dot state. Case dot not animating. So if the idle time is bigger than that, then we trigger the idle animation. Otherwise, then we increment the idle time only when we're not animating. And this dot animator dot enabled equals false. And this dot is animating equals false. When we trigger, we go into this state. So we can do case dot waiting to animate. And case dot animating. This dot is animating equal true. In fact, we could do that. This dot is animating equal true. And then if is animating is false, but we're in the animating state, then we want to do this dot state equals animation state dot not animating. This dot is animating false. Great. So, if the state is not animating, then normally we're just incrementing the idle time, make sure the animator is disabled, and we're not animating. Otherwise, we're going to trigger the idle animation. That is going to set the state to waiting to animate. Which we actually probably want is animating to be set to true while waiting to animate, because we don't want to allow anything to happen while that is going on. But when the animator is animated, so the animator's state has changed when we're waiting to animate, then we'll set the state to animating. And then it will go here, and then eventually the animator's state will go back to not animating, at which point we can set that back to not animating. So hopefully there's no compiler errors. Let's give this a go. And what I'm going to do temporarily is set that to 10. Okay, so we've got a look animation. Let's do another. Okay, need to work out why it's doing that rotation. But so this is every 10 seconds. So it's doing that. Right, and then if I move around, 7, 8. Alright, so we're past 10 seconds at this point. So then if I stop, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It works. Right, so why is it doing that? Lower net. Let's have a look. So it only switches to 180 degrees rotation without actually shifting. What? Why the animation? The fuck? Why when the animator turns on, does the neck rotate 180 degrees, but not rotate 180 degrees? Like it has a value of 180 degrees, but it's like it's changing the coordinate space. But the body isn't changed 180 degrees. Um, okay. Why would it be switching it to 180? What happens if I turn off the movement controller? It's still flip for 180? It does. Okay. Animation. Okay. No, but I think this is something I'm going to have to look at off stream. So, anyone streaming? Not. Not really. So, I think what we're going to do is we're going to call it there because I need to get some food because I've got D&D later, I think. Let me just double check. Yep, seems to be. So I need to deal from the ramifications of a almost TPK last session, which should be fun. But yeah, so if I look my way, in fact, let's go over here because see the full disaster that's been. There we go. Aye. Freedom. So, I want to thank you all for coming. We've actually managed to get quite a lot done today. We've managed to get most of the drag linking stuff working and come up with another variant that will be great for Coppice as another new feature. It's actually a feature I wanted to add, but then never thought about. But this actually is a pretty good thing. So, yeah, that is good. And then we've managed to make some progress on the bots and managed to get animations sort of working, except there's some weird bugginess going on. Oh, actually, wait a second. That is rotated 180 degrees. Okay, let me just try something. Can't see it on the screen at the moment, but I'm just trying something. Okay. Maybe good. No. Still buggy. Oh well, I'll figure something out. But yeah. But we've had a fairly good time, done all of our work on Coppice and on the overlay. I'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. I may have got some more stuff done, depends on how much stuff I need to get done in the morning. But yeah, it has been pretty good. So I want to wish you all a very good rest of your Sunday. I also want to show you my extreme power. Kieran and Sinister will be able to witness this as well, because I can go 1, 2, 3, debug. All clean. That's just until I get the bug zapper, but I want to thank you all for coming. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your Sunday, wonderful rest of your weekend, and as always, happy coding.